Hello, people. How are we doing today?
Good morning, sir. I'm okay, I
Morning,
guess.
sir.
All right, morning. Hmm.
How are
I
you,
was
sir?
here. I'm okay. Thanks for asking. Um, I was here watching these numbers slowly climb to 7 people. Hmm. But I've given it as much time as I could. Um, so what we're gonna do is jump right in today's topic. Before I do you guys have let me see. When is your next critique? For those of you doing studio.
Well, sir, for me, sir, me have intern quit next week because I do back over first year student thing. So I have intern quit next week, Monday and Tuesday.
Hold on, but you're doing first year studio?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Oh. So it's next, so everybody should have next week Tuesday then, basically. Right?
Well, we're not quite sure, sir. Would have asked.
Not quite sure. Okay. I'm just wondering because I only see just a few people here. So I'm wondering if it's just waiting, I'm don't wake yet.
Second year just
Sir,
had a
it's most
final
that,
crit.
sir.
I say it's most that. Or somebody said second year just start.
No,
Just start?
I was saying second year just had a final crit.
Oh, when?
They had a crit. They had final crit yesterday.
Oh, so they're still recovering, right?
Yes, sir. I think I for climate them they have it for. I think I
Oh,
climb.
climate. Okay, I see. All right. Well, hopefully, I don't know. You guys that are here, you can send out whatever text or WhatsApp say, hey, see if you can drag yourselves to the DDM class to try and recover. I know how it is after crit. So yeah. Anyway, so we have an interesting lineup. We are just over the half mark. Today is the 8th week, I think. So I wanted to kind of go over what we have remaining for the rest of the semester so that we can kind of take a temperature check, kind of see what and what is happening. Okay, let's see. Let's head over to the website. Perfect. Alrighty. Here we go. All right. So this is kind of where we are. Oh, let me show it as a presentation. Right. So, we currently have we're currently in the middle of the studio based project, right? So I gave you guys that last week. So we are right at this spot. I think we're generally on time as it relates to the schedule. Hopefully there will be no major delays. If that is so, then we could be looking for to finish this module in between week 11. We could finish all of the classes in 11, and that would give you guys more time for design studio. So that would be pretty cool, right? So that's our aim, right? So the studio based project, we're gonna finish up the other half of that today. So we have a pretty jam-packed session today, right? Then next week we're gonna start tackling assignment 1, right? There's gonna be a pretty critical class activity that we're gonna have relating to assignment 1, right? So that will be next week. And then it's your final project, which you pretty much just will have the rest of the semester to do. And right, and your final project will be you basically will be tackling that on your own. So when we hit week 11 in this region, the classes will be shorter. So that's I guess that's good news. All right. So we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. So let us deal with presentation today. All right. So we are looking at presentation boards, right? And just as a quick reminder, let's see. If we take a look on the class website here, so this is where we're at, the studio-based assignment, that is 15%, right? And if we look on this, here we go. Last week, right? So last week we did that. So you guys were supposed to finish up this assignment. Well, yeah, this technically it is an assignment now because we have come out of the exercise phase, right? So outside of the exercise phase, everything we do now is going to start weighing more percentages, right? So this whole assignment is 15%. We did 5% of it last week when we did that InDesign introduction, right? And you guys are to do like a little exercise that we had done last week. This week we're gonna tackle this part here, and then pretty much you're gonna do these on your own. All right, and you'll have like a week or two to finish this part here. All right, so that is where we are at today. We're gonna look at these parts here, right? Now, if you remember, the studio-based assignment is going to be based off work that you produce in your design studio module, right? So you just finished your second critique, which was on climate. For those of you who are not doing design studio 2, or you've done it already, you can just pick any pick content from any design studio that you're working on, right? So we want to look on presentation boards today, and we're going to actually be redesigning your one of your studio presentations, and we're going to be doing it in InDesign. You can use Photoshop or Illustrator with what we're going to be doing as well for this assignment. But the output of our file should be an InDesign file. It should be put together in InDesign. And remember, we spoke about this last week when we said that InDesign is really meant to collect all of the media that you produce, and then it does the layout and the publishing, right? We talked about publishing last week. Anybody can tell me what do we mean by publishing in the computer world? What does the concept of publishing mean? Anybody? I think Crystal was just about to answer that question. Right, Crystal? What do you think publishing means? Remember we discussed it last week?
I wasn't here last week, but an educated guess of what publishing is putting something forward. Or hold on, let me hold on. Let me think about it.
Think about it or Google it.
Both.
Okay, right. Nowadays it's all in one, right? We're all one with the computer and the AI, right? So thinking is Googling. You finished think?
All right, here we are. Is the act of putting out or making information, whether it be literature, music or software, available
Okay.
to the public. Exactly, that's exactly what I said first.
All right, well, we're all learning from it. So yeah, you're basically putting stuff out in the public, right? So when you have your critique, you put it out in the public, right? InDesign positions itself as a finishing software that you go to before you put stuff out in the public, right? All right, so presentation boards is something that you will be doing pretty much for the whole of the rest of your life, not just in CSA, right? And this example that we have here, I have a nice example of a bad presentation board. And some of us are guilty of creating boards like these already, including myself, right? So I don't know. Let's see. Sasha, are you there?
Yeah, sir.
Right. Looking on this board, can you see it clearly? I hope it's not let me increase the quality.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Hopefully it's clearing up now. What do you think is wrong with this board here that we're looking at? I mean, we know that it's bad, but why? What are the things that, in your opinion, makes it not such a good board?
I think the font and how cluttered it is, like there's a lot of changes in it. Just looks like confusion as a collective, it looks like a confusion.
All right, cool. All right, hold it there. Leave some for some other persons, right? Zachary. Are you there? Maybe, maybe not. No? No? All right. Allison. I know I heard you earlier. Are you there, Allison? Where's everybody? How about Alexio?
The presentation is very confusing. It's not like very correlated to one another. It's all over the place, so it's hard to follow.
Okay. All right. So let me narrow down your point. It's hard to follow. I'll just summarize it as that. So you use words like confusing. All right, cool. Anybody else? I'll just open the floor. Anybody else want to say anything else about it?
Sir, it looks like a nice infographic and like you can follow it with the pictures, and they have like arrows pointing to like where your next move should be in terms of like what next to read, but it's still like this just simple stuff like spacing and like I don't know, it's organized but like disorganized in a way.
Sir,
Right. Yeah.
I'm here.
Ah.
I would say it's not cohesive, meaning there is no running theme. It's all jumbled and confusing.
All right, cool. Now, most of the things that you guys mentioned a while ago are all a part of these things. Things like font, style, things like proximity, alignment, right? Somebody mentioned that the things are not cohesive, so repetition, right? You have all your titles on the left, so you try to keep them together. You use circles as a theme, so you try to keep that together, so repetition, right? And then there are some more, right? There's texture and color and space and all of these things. So all of these things fall under what you call the elements and principles of design, right? And that's why I believe this class that we're doing today is going to be one of the critical classes that I hope everybody learns from, because everybody needs to do presentation boards. It is a part of the soul of architecture, right? I mean, I work in a firm and we present stuff all the time. Granted, when you go out there in the work world, maybe your presentation boards are not as complex. Maybe unless you're doing a competition or something. Most of them are simple. But I mean, even if boards are simple, these rules still come into effect, right? So what we're going to be doing today is we're going to be looking at how we can streamline your thought process when you're designing the layout for your presentation and portfolios, right? And after this class, I expect everybody to be very systematic in how they lay out their sheets, whether it's a sheet or it's a booklet, right? And we started to do some of this already. We started to do some of this already when we did this assignment, right? We had to lay out what we did in frames, and then we organized the text in different zones, and we did things like align certain things together, so certain texts and titles were aligned to certain images. So we have started the process of learning how to do this already, right? Now, what we're going to be doing is I have broken this down into a 4-step process, right? And what I'm saying is that whenever you're creating or designing any layout that involves design, you can just think about it in a simple 4-step process, right? And this process can be represented by this funnel that we see here, right? So if I pick this out here. And we see this funnel that's here. And we all know what a funnel is, right? You know, you need to throw liquid in a small bottle hole. You put a funnel on it so that all the liquid that splashes around will just come together and not spill outside of the bottle, right? Most of us are familiar with this tool already, but I want you to think about it conceptually, right? As an approach. Whenever you're about to take on a design, especially when we talk about graphic design and layout, you know, we start wide and we have all of these ideas and concepts and inspirations, but we need to funnel it down into an organized in an organized way. And a part of this process is that we have to get our minds organized. So the first part of the funnel, which is here, is mainly about thinking wide, broad concepts, right? You have you have done your design for your climate. You have generated images. Some of you might have video. Some of you might have a model, so you have photographs of the model. Some of you have plans and sections. So all of these are just different mediums, right? And everybody has different inspirations, different concepts. So all of these things need to start to come together. And if you don't do that, then you're going to end up with a presentation board like what we saw here, right? Where everything is there, but it is just kind of jumbled, right? So the first step to streamline our thinking, step one, is we need to think about a theme, right? When we're doing a presentation board, right? And when I say a theme, I don't mean like you pinpoint, oh, I'm going to put my, I know exactly where my floor plan must go. It must go to the top of the page, the middle of the page, the left of the page, you know, or I want to use this picture of this thing I took and I want it to be the backdrop of my presentation. That's going a little bit too specific, right? So when you think about a theme, we want to think about, I normally put it in three categories. So I say, you know, what is a graphic theme? Then is there any particular designer that can inspire a theme from you? So for example, this image here was taken from, well, the previous version of Big Architect. Some of you know Big Architect, right? They do a lot of major projects. They're well known. This is what their website, well, used to look like. They changed it recently, right? And it was a kind of retro iconography, and each one of these icons represented a different building, right? So yes, you're doing a poster, but you can take inspiration from something that's not a poster, even a website, right? And the other thing is that you can broaden that to say, you know, any artist's portfolio, right? Meaning that maybe there's a particular artist that use colors in a certain way and you want to take inspiration from that, right? So inspiration can come from many places. I normally recommend these three sources, especially for architectural presentation. The first one is a bit broad. Graphic inspirations can be from anything that is graphic. If you just go right on Google and you type architectural presentation, you're going to get a plethora of results, right? And when you get these results, something might jump out at you. Maybe it's a particular graphic or something might jump out at you, right? But usually, like this method, using the graphic method is a bit wide, right? So There are some persons who have a particular architect or artist in mind, and they just love the way how that artist represents their work. So that could be another approach, or it could be a combination of all three. But generally, the first step is selecting a theme from your inspiration, right? And the theme doesn't have to define everything. Maybe the theme is just about color. Maybe it's just about shapes, so everything is curvy or everything is angular. It's just a theme. Don't try to be too specific about it. So for example, if you look on a presentation board that you say, yeah man, I love this theme, and then you say, okay, I'm going to put the floor plan in the middle like what this have, and I'm going to put a title image at the top. That is not really a theme. A theme is a little bit more fluid and not so specific. So it is not about specifically saying, oh, they use this type of font here, so I'm going to use this type of font, right? So let me throw out the question to who I don't talk to yet. Seku, are you there?
Yes. Yeah.
So if I ask you, oh, what are you saying?
Oh, I was just making sure that you can hear me.
Yeah, man, I can hear you. So if I said, look on this picture, Seku, and I say, you know, what kind of theme, in your opinion, this is solely your opinion, what kind of theme / inspiration would you draw from this presentation? Totally your opinion. This is not a right or wrong thing. What kind of theme?
Presentation alone.
Yeah, just this what you see on screen here. This random presentation that we found. All right.
So it kind of looks like an eye. Like the diagram of the inside of the eye in a sense.
Well, there you go. Okay. So it looks like an eye, right? So that is an example of a theme. It is not broad, right? It's not specific, like, oh, this building is 30,000 square foot, so mine has to be 30,000, or this uses the floor plans on the left side, so mine has to use the floor plans on the left side. It's not so specific, it's a little bit broader. All right. So Seku, what is your theme? What do you pull from this? It could be the shape of something, it could be color, it could be playfulness.
Also kind of has like a stadium kind of look, arena.
All right, arena kind of look.
Circular shape. Yeah.
So hold on, just for the purpose of assisting you in your presentation plan, so in your presentation design and layout, what theme would you grab from this? This is just saying if it was something you picked. Not from the design, you know, because remember you have your own design and everything. Just from the way that it's presented, what kind of theme would you take from this?
Yeah, I'm not really sure. It's kind of crowded, so that's probably the best thing I can. Yeah, I'm not really sure exactly what the theme, but the layout itself is kind of crowded.
That could be one. It is tightly packed together. Maybe you want your presentation to be packed together.
And
right?
I guess I'm trying to fit in as much information as possible.
Right. Another one could be colors. Everything is a little bit blue / turquoise gray. Yeah. Right. So that is an example of a theme.
And the things are, I think some of the stuff are also kind of a slant theme going on.
Right. It kind of have a diagonal layout vibe going for it. Right. So those are all Those are all themes, right? So there are many things that you can grab just from graphic presentations, right? For something from an artist, their things tend to be similar, right? So this is what the website looks like. Each of these are actually buildings that they have done, and they have represented the buildings in a kind of an icon, right? In a kind of an icon way. And so this might be something that inspires you or not. All right. So anyway, so let's move on. So the next thing we want to do now, at the top of the funnel, we need to organize ourselves. This is super important. And this is just text, literally. It has nothing to do with graphics. It is just saying, all right, what am I going to have in this presentation? These are checkboxes that you're going to have. What am I going to have in this portfolio? Oh, I need to show this, and this, right? Now, this doesn't have to be super specific. Like, it's more of an importance list. So, for example, I need to show the kitchen. Maybe you haven't come up with a way to show the kitchen. How are you going to show it? You're going to show it as a plan, as an interior elevation, as a 3D floor plan. You don't know yet, but you know that you need to show the kitchen. You get what I'm saying? You need to show your concept. These are things that you have to show, right? So things like, okay, I need to show a location map, or I need to show a picture of the site. You might think that these are things that you might need every single time, but not necessarily. For example, you might say, oh, I need to show my floor plan. Well, that's obvious in architecture. You do need to show your floor plan, but your floor plan might have like a interesting thing, like internal courtyard, right? So you would need to put a note that, oh, I need to show this courtyard specifically. And if you know that your plan, you need to, because of how the design of your courtyard is, you can really only experience it in a section view, then you would say, I need to show a section view of my courtyard. All right. So a lot of people might skip this step because they say, oh yeah, it's architecture. So, we have to show a site plan, a floor plan, elevation. But what we fail to do is make a note of the specific things about those things that we need to show. So if you're doing your presentation on climate, and let's just say that, yeah, obviously I'm going to show my elevation, but you had a specific design for your shading device, and it was inspired by this thing from a transformer. So you might say, oh, I need to show the picture of the transformer, and I need to show a blow up of my shading detail, right? So those help to keep you on track, because you don't want to pin up your presentation and then you realize that, oh crap, there's this very important thing about my design and I didn't have any extra information to communicate that. So this is the next thing that you have to do, which is organizing yourself. All right, but notice that comes after inspiration. Like, we're in the field of art. It's not a mechanical course. So a lot of the things we do, we need to be inspired to do it. It's kind of like a fuel, right? And before you get to the technical stuff, I believe that you should start with the inspiration stuff first, right? All right. So step 2 is to get yourself organized, get the stuff that you want to show, right? Step 3 is to create a wireframe layout. Now, last week, what we did is we converted a wireframe sketch into an actual layout in InDesign. But before you even get to creating that InDesign, before you jump into Photoshop or Illustrator to start putting your photos or whatever, you have to plan where the photos are going to go. This is a critical step when you're doing especially for architecture, right? So, for example, this was one of the things that inspired my layout. There were many other things, right? But this was just one of them. There was a presentation, and I said, "Oh, there are some interesting things I love about this." I love the way text goes on top of the image, but the text is white. In most areas it works, in some it doesn't work, but I like the kind of transparency of this. And then the other thing is that I say, oh, I love the way how the sections are laid out like this. And you know, there are many other things that would have inspired me, but this is just, let's just say I'm using the graphical method. Now, this was my wireframe sketch, right? As you can see, it's very crude, and that's fine. I think I did this on my phone, right? I want to have the title at the top. Then I want to have a location here. And then I'm going to blow up the location and show my site plan. And then I'm going to have an aerial 3D view, and then I'm going to have an aerial montage. Anybody remember what's a 3D montage? Come on. Nobody? Remember we did it like near the beginning of class? Anybody? Nastasia, maybe? What's a 3D montage? Are you there, Nastasia? No. Okay. Anybody
sir,
else?
this is a complete chat in that, but is it like it consists of joins, like we name the join. Shoot, hold on. Like a power line, multiple power line joins, something like that.
But good shot. You shot in the dark and it missed, you know, but it's in the dark. If you had some light, then you could see what you're shooting, right? Anybody else? No more shots?
Sir, I don't think I'm correct, but I believe that it's kind of like a full layout presentation with like the photos and like 3D rendering of the design.
There are pieces, I guess you could say, pieces of what you're saying that I could use to construct a correct answer.
Oh, okay.
So different pieces of it I could use, but not quite hitting the nail on the head. Let's see. Anybody else? I want to take 3D montage. What is a 3D montage? I know sir said it some time ago, but I can't remember what it is.
Sir, well, is it where you have an image of the area and you put your drawings in that image?
Aha! That is pretty much what we want to hear, right? So I was trying to find right. There we go. Right. So 3D montage is let me hide this sketch. Right. When you put the the image in the 3D. I'm sorry, these are different sizes. I don't have it without the 3D, but well, this is pretty obvious. So, anybody know where this is?
Isn't that New Kingston?
Sir, that look like New Kingston, sir.
Exactly. Hence the reason for a 3D montage, because you're quicker to recognize where it is. So Digicel isn't there anymore, but that's what it looked like, right? And those are just different options. Anybody know where this is? So nobody know this one? Anybody recognize this building in the background? This little building that's hiding there? No? Okay. So this building is the Ward Theater. So that means we are where?
Downtown, that's it.
Exactly.
Kind
It's
of
downtown.
It
Downtown.
look
Right
like, it look
beside.
like North Street. All right, somewhere in the city.
Right. Or maybe Church Street. But
Yeah,
not
yeah.
somewhere in that region, right? But you get the idea. Anyway, so these are photo montage. So I was saying that I wanted to put a photo montage here, right? And then I wanted to put an aerial shot here. So you get it? I would show the aerial and then show the building, right? Then I wanted to put my floor plan here, interior views. Then I think this is the section that I wanted to put down here. So you can kind of see the relation here, the inspiration I could say, because this came from seeing this section like that. So that's where that inspiration came from. And then some these were representing exploded views, right? And then do you know what this is down here? I have a photograph of this presentation. I think I asked somebody to photograph it, I'll find it another time. These are screens because I wanted to have like animation playing at the bottom of my presentation. So I said, you know what, at the bottom I want to have a screen that's down here, right? And this is what the presentation looked like. I mean, it's not exactly, but you can clearly see where some of the inspirations came from, right? So I didn't put the text over the image, but this was my site plan, right? This was actually a project for a pavilion, right? And this is New Kingston downtown Kingston in the distance here. And this is Portmore, right? So anyway, so that's where it was, and I did put some views there, and so this I showed a map of Jamaica. So this was my version of saying how I wanted to zoom. I wanted to put a location map and then zoom it up, but I ended up doing it just like that. This was a floor plan that I had here, and then some views, right? There was a pier that kind of went out into the ocean and all that stuff. A little bit of the materials. I did manage to put that exploded view, so it was showing the ground floor, then the first floor, and then the roof, right? So you remember that I had put that sketch here that I wanted to have an exploded view there, right? So, and then that section view was here, right? Which I think these were out of scale, maybe. They look a little big. Anyway, this is not a critique. So, but you get the idea, right? So this is like a 3-step process, right? This is like an example of it in action. So a lot of the details weren't really fleshed out with the wireframe, meaning I didn't know what the text would be. but I know that I want text in that general vicinity, right? So, go back here, right? So step 3 is laying out that wireframe, and that will kind of help you to guide as to where this list of things that you wrote down, where does it go? Does my site plan go at the middle of the page and then it kind of branches out, or does it go at the top and you read from top to bottom? Like, this helps you to plan that out all before you even lay a finger in Photoshop, Illustrator, InDesign, whatever you want to use. Right? Now, the next step that we do now is where you actually jump into the program. And when you go in the program, if you notice, we're coming down the filter. So the first one is you gather all your ideas and you just dump it into the filter, right? All your inspirations, everything you have, you get a folder, you put everything in that folder, right? So for some people, it's a picture of a flowers walking on the ocean. I don't know. For every inspiration that you get, you jot it, you just put that source in a folder. It could be a YouTube video, put the link down, right? And this is why I normally recommend everyone to get what's called a digital notebook. I mean, I know you have a physical sketchbook, which you must have, especially because it's easy to sketch out your ideas in a tactile way, right? However, for grabbing inspirational sources, nowadays, 80% of the sources that we use to inspire us for design is already digital, right? So I don't personally believe that you should, you see a beautiful picture of a sunset and this is what you want to inspire you. I would say get a camera, take a picture, and then document that picture. I would not say that you should take up your canvas, sit on a chair, and draw this beautiful sunset because it inspires you, right? This is 2023. We're going to use up the technology. The thing is, you need to gather your thoughts in an organized way. So I normally recommend you find a digital notebook like OneNote and all that, and programs like that, and all your photographs, all your YouTube videos, anything that inspires you, you drop it on that page, right? You throw everything in the funnel, and before you start to do anything else, you lay out what is it that you need in this presentation. Then the next filter in the funnel is lay out your wireframes. I want to have site plan here, because that will help you to know just a rough idea that, I think I'm going to need 3 sheets for this. I think I'm going to need 5 sheets for this, right? It will help you to kind of picture what your presentation is going to look like. And it connects the listing to the picture. Now, here is the interesting part now. If you notice here, think of this as like a grinder, right? So you anybody ever seen like a trash compactor? You just throw stuff in there and it just crunches it down to a little much smaller size. So that is what's happening here. All of your thoughts and ideas, inspirations are being crunched down by things like hierarchy and color and alignment and contrast. All of these rules, these guardrails that help you to use mediums and graphical elements appropriately. So what do I mean by that? So once you have your wireframe, and then you start to now put the pictures in the wireframe, put the text in the wireframe, you're going to start looking at, hey, the text that I put in, what kind of text do I need, right? Do I need it to be bold? Do I need it to have an authoritative text like condensed sans serif? Do I need to have a retro feel because I'm talking about something that is in the past? Do I need it to have a source code feel because it's a data center building that I'm designing? Like this is one of those gears that's grinding down your ideas, right? And then you start to consider other things like the proximity. So when I start to convert these wireframes into actual text and pictures, is the text is it aligned with the picture that is being represented by the text? What is the colors that I'm using? All of these you start to mess with once you start to go in the program, right? But in the program, you're not just left with a white canvas with no guide, because you have a wireframe, right? And this wireframe, this is what we did last week. Last week, we converted a wireframe into an actual layout. And this is the same thing that we're doing here now, but now you know the secret sauce, right? This is the secret sauce. These elements of designs, principles of designs, and typography is what come together to give your layout a visual structure, right? So when you start to throw things in like pictures and floor plans and elevations, when you start to throw them on the page in Illustrator or InDesign or Photoshop, you start to see things like alignment start to take place. You start to say, hold on, I need to line up these things. All right? Do you guys understand what I'm saying here? Any questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Right. So pretty much at this point, then you have your results. Because by the time you're done grinding down all of these things, you end up with your final layout, and it should be more structured, right? Then what we notice happening is that after you start doing this for a while, you're going to start to recognize similarities. So let me give you an example here. So this is a next presentation that I did here, right? And this one, I don't have. Oh, I didn't show you the inspirations because they're just like too much. They're like gigabytes of folders, right? Because it's mixed up. The inspiration for the layout is mixed up with the inspiration for the design, right? So, but anyway, you understand what inspiration is, right? So this was another layout here, and these were multiple pages, right? Each one of these is a 24 by 36 RHD sheet, right? So, and this was what the final result looked like, right? So it wasn't exactly, but it was kind of similar. What you might find is that things change, because I was saying, okay, I'm gonna have my ground floor, upper floor here, and I'm gonna kind of read in this general direction. So that way, then that way, then that way. But the thing about when you're designing these multiple sheets of layout, you also have to right, you also have to take into consideration that even though you want people to read across, some persons might read down, right? So when you start to lay out your sketch wireframe like this, you can start asking a question, oh, but if somebody was reading down, they would see the ground floor, then what would they see here and what would they see here? It's like you're playing a game of Sudoku. Anybody play Sudoku? Where the rows and the columns matter? Yes. Right. So even though you're trying to design it to be read across, you also have to, in the back of your mind, say, what if people read down? Does this information relate? Sometimes it will fall in nicely into place, and other times it might be inappropriate, and you might say, oh crap, well, I can't really put this thing here, and so forth, right? So as you go further into your career, into architecture, you'll find that your layouts are going to be more complex, because now you're not just dealing with one sheet or two sheets, but you're going to be dealing with multiple sheets, right? So this is what that layout looked like at the end of the day. And you can see that it doesn't really look like a grid, and some things change. So for example, let's see. I put the elevations, then the ground floor and upper floor in this zone right here, right? Then I said, okay, let me line up my photos here, but I'm still reading across because here is the location map, here is the site, here is the aerial drone view, and then here is my plan. So I can still read across if I wanted to. Then I wanted to have like this massive semi-exploded view, right? So I wanted to show the building, but then I also wanted to show a cutaway from the building. So you're cutting into the building here. And then what started happening now, you start to see the services kind of stick out. So this was a courthouse project. So what, of course, the courtrooms were super important, right? So this could show what the courtroom looked like. And you can see like there's some, how the air conditioning run, and then these were some special types of lights. And then for each one of these, I would have a labels in some of them, you know, and then some blow-ups of the area. I mean, now I'm looking back at this, there's so much things I could have done different, but you know, it's not a critique, right? And this is what the interior of the courtroom looked like, where, you know, the ceiling was the ceiling was the highlight of the design because it was integrated with lights and air conditioning all in one and that kind of stuff. Yeah, fun days. Anyway, so right, what I was getting, and this was another project, but I won't go into that one, you know. But what I wanted to say now is that if I should grab these three together, pull them out here, then you start to realize similarities with your design. Now, I want to ask you guys, what are the things that you notice that are common between these designs? Anybody? Not the architectural design. I'm talking about the graphics now. Anybody? Maybe I should start with, does it look like they were done by the same person? Even though it's three different designs in three completely different time periods.
Sure, yeah. Sure, so like the top and the bottom are always the same, so you always have like the section grounding.
Exactly.
Have like a little header type of thing, so like.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Right. So what you will start noticing when you use this method to approach your designs is when you look on last year's work and the work before, you're going to be like, I've noticed some similarities, and that is what you define as your style. It doesn't matter if it's similar to another style, but it is important for you that before you leave school, or before you get to even third or fourth year, before you get to fourth year, you know what your design style is. You know, I like to monochrome, or I like to have 3D exploded views. That's something that I love. It doesn't mean that you don't have, you know, all the other requirements, but you can identify a theme with all of your work. Now, if you don't take a systematic approach like what I'm showing you here, where you have step 1, step 2, step 3, you're going to end up with work like this, where they don't really have this, like when you show 3 of your works, they look like you can't detect a similarity between them. Because you can tell me, whenever you start to discover what your style is, right? What is the advantage of you discovering the style that you use? Can anybody tell me? I know you're projecting here, but you know, you have to kind of use the imagination with this one. What is a possible advantage of discovering your style and technique? Anybody?
Yeah, I guess things kind of become a bit easier in terms of the layout. So instead of having to brainstorm every single time to come up with a different flow, you
Ah,
kind of have a general concept of what you want to do, but each time you make like minor tweaks. So I guess
exactly.
you'll be into that.
I think you have pretty much nailed it. I would use the word you become more efficient, right? Because you do something over and over again. And sometimes we do things and we don't look back on it to realize, hey, I always do this thing. So next time I don't have to think about it. I just do this thing. So if you know that you always use a headline image, like myself, that's my style. I always use a photograph that has something to do with the project at the top. Then before the project even starts, I know that I'm going to take a photograph. I'm not thinking about, what should I put at the top? What should I put at the bottom? Like, you just realize that, oh, like, this is something that I like. I like to put a photograph. Another one of my style is that I love 3D exploded views. So when I'm doing work, the workflow of when I'm creating, my models or the drawings or whatever, because I know that I love to do exploded views, I will create it in a way that makes it easier for me to generate exploded views. And a lot of those stuff you will learn in advanced computing one. When you go in fourth year, like how do you where we do advanced visualization techniques. This is why if you discover your style, then you can now focus on improving other areas, right? But at this stage, this is where you need to discover that, right? So you start to pick up these trends, and then your workflow starts to be easier because you already know that there are certain things that you're going to want to do, right? All right, so that would be one of the benefits of thinking about this in a streamline. And what I want to say to you as a final point is that this 1, 2, 3, 4 step method, it's not gospel. You can develop a 1, 2, 3 step or a 7 step. It's up to you. For DDM purposes, we're doing this one as like an example. And then you come up with your own, like, suppose there are some persons who maybe you don't want to be inspired first. Maybe some persons will take a more systematic approach. Like you say, you know what? I want to know what I'm putting in my presentation. Then I want to be inspired. It's up to you, right? You will create your own kind of funnel for yourself. All right, cool. So, we do have a class activity today, right? And where is that activity? Is it this? Yes. But this activity is so easy. Anyway, what we're going to be doing is you guys need to select the assets from your studio project that you're going to use to do your layout. So for example, you just finished your climate project, right? So what you're going to do is you're going to look through that working folder and you are going to now say, oh, these are all the photos that I use. These are all the plans that I used. These are the sketches that I did that I scanned, right? So you're going to gather them because you're going to use that to do the layout, right? This is all you require, right? So you need to identify a completed AS2 studio project, right? You can choose any one you want. So far you've done 2, so you can choose one of those 2, or if you're doing another year studio, just pick one of yours, right? So you need the title of the project. You need one project text description, maybe about a paragraph or 2. I'm sure you probably wrote that up already. You're going to need up to 5 images total of line diagrams or sketches, design stuff, right? So up to 5 drawings. Then you're going to need 5 images, illustration, photos, right? Whatever images it is, all right? And then you are going to submit those. Do I need you to submit it? I'm reconsidering this part because, you know, you people are using up my Google Drive storage. Anyway, you're going to submit them, all right? All right, because I need to see like the exact thing that you use in order for me to mark it, right? So you're going to submit it here. All right. This is something that we have time to do it today, maybe. I'm not going to necessarily wait on you to do this, right? Because we have limited time, right? And then we're going to do this activity in class. And then, right. Then we are going to construct a presentation board. So this is the activity that's super important for today, this step right here. All right. So as usual, we're going to take a little break. I'm kind of sad that more persons aren't here because they are going to miss possibly 2 class activities today, which will take a little chunk out of your class participation grade. So I don't know if you have any friends that you look out for, you want to say, hey, we're going to do multiple class activities today. So you want to try to get in the class. Anyway, we're going to take a little break and then we're going to come back and jump into the activities. All right. You will need InDesign, will you? Well, you don't need InDesign for the class activity, but you need InDesign to do the assignment. So even if you don't have InDesign, you can still do the activities. All right. All right. Any questions before we take a little break? Any questions based on what we just learned, or?
All clear.
All clear? Okay, cool. All right, I will take that to represent the rest of the class. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break, water break. I'm going to grab a cup of tea or something. You guys just grab something, and then we'll jump into the class activities in a few minutes. All right? So see you in a bit. All right, guys. We are back. All right, I see pretty much I see some new people, one or two, or probably about two. Okay, guys, also a reminder, you can check for your grades for exercise 4 and 5. All right, so that should be updated. And so that will mark the end of marking exercises that show up after today's class. For those of you who don't see any grades for your earlier
Wait,
exercise.
sir, when did you say you're going to start marking?
Well, it should really be this week is actually it should anyway any that's received after today's date. It should have been last week, but that's fine. So those who have sent in assignments already, well, exercises already, but they haven't seen any grades yet, that is probably those who sent in after I marked for that particular assignment. So I will go back and mark those during this week.
Oh, so we can still send them in.
Yeah, you can still send them in like today. I guess up until the form closes, right? All right. So okay, what else was I going to say now? Right. So then now, hopefully by next week now I should have marked the portfolio. Actually, this week will be the end of the portfolio assignment. So after you submit your work for this part of the assignment, then I will mark the portfolio project, right? Which is 15% of your grade, right? So it is a bit significant. So we have already done 5% of that last week, right? And you would have submitted that already. So this week we're going to do the remaining 10%, right? Now this is not an in-class activity per se. So I mean, you will have about a week to do it. But trust me, it's really easy. It's not any kind of backbreaking work, all right? So you're going to see that in just a minute. All right. So let's see. All right. So we're going to make our way down this list now, right? So in this particular activity, I want you to look at these pictures, right? And each one of these pictures, they're showing different things.
Sir, I'm not sure if I'm the only one, but I'm not hearing you.
Oh, you're not hearing me? Mic check. Anybody else hearing me? Let me see.
I'm hearing you.
Mic check.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. So check your mic. I mean, not your mic, your speaker. Right. So in this activity, what I want you guys to do is I want you to choose which images in this picture represent calm, controllable, positive, versus which one represents manic, crazy, wild, and uncontrollable. All right. So this is going to be our first kind of first part of this went through. Right. So I want you to click the link to submit your answers. Right. It's pretty straightforward. I think you can do this in like 5 minutes, right, guys? All right. So when you open the link here on the mirror board, you have to be on the mirror board to do this, guys. All right. So, you know the drill. What you have to do is you're gonna go onto the class mirror, the class website, and then you're gonna choose class whiteboard link, and that will take you to the mirror board. All right. When you click this link here, this will pop up, and you just click this link here. This is what the form looks like. Oops. Right, that's what the form looks like. So basically, you're just going to put in the letters. What letters represents calm, controllable, whatever, and then what letters represent wild, uncontrollable. All right. Now, I'm going to give you just like about 5 minutes to do this, and then we're going to move to the next step. We're not going to spend too long on this particular activity, but I want you to get a feel off of what some of these images are saying. All right. So I want you guys to go ahead.
So click on the link that's here that says submit answers.
That's correct. So you will see these little letters beside them?
Yes, sir.
Right. So when you click on the form, it will ask you what letters represent manic, crazy, wild, and uncontrollable. So you just select the letters.
Okay. Oh, okay, sir.
All right, so go ahead and do that for me quickly, guys.
Sir?
Yeah, what's up?
I joined kind of late. Well, not joined kind of late. I was doing something. Where should I access this?
This is on the class whiteboard. So to do that, you go to the class website, which
Okay.
and then you click the whiteboard link.
Oh, sir, finish, yes, sir.
Yeah, man. I expect everybody would finish about now. All right, so that's a quick. So those of you who selected manic, crazy, wild, uncontrollable to mean these things, and the reason that I ask you about this is different things can have different meaning, right? And I guess you would have maybe went through this already in first year art when you looked at certain colors and what they mean. You should have already, I think you normally do touch on elements of design. Am I right, guys? These are things that you would have touched on in art class, right? Guys?
Yeah, something like that, yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, regardless of if you remember about them or not, we also touch on it here in DDM, but as it relates to computing, right? So things like these colors here, which are more vibrant, maybe some of them are a little bit more what you call shocking color, right? Even represented in icons or even in building designs, right? All of these things can carry a certain meaning to it. It will evoke a certain feel, right? And one of the reasons I want you to be able to identify some of these things, right? Is because for our next activity that we're doing today, we're going to deconstruct a presentation board, right? Now, to make things simple, we're going to use this one here. We're going to select a presentation board from this link, and we're going to kind of deconstruct it, right? And I'm going to show you an example of what that means, right? So let me try and find some space here. All right. All right. So we did go through a process like this already. So I'm going to do this. Can I do this? Go back now. I'm going to use board. All right, good. So yeah. Two, not that. All right. All right, guys. So this one. So this is going to be oh. All right. So I'm doing the first template here. All right. So I'm not going to deconstruct my own presentation board. That would just be too easy for me. So what I'm going to do, we're going to pick one from this link here. Here is the link. I'm going to stick this link on this little activity section that we're going to do here. Okay. Link to boards. All right, guys, so here is the link to the presentation boards. So when you click this link here, these are the boards that we're gonna have here, right? So these are some boards, just they're a bit random, right? I don't think there's more people than boards, I think. Well, there are not more people than boards in this class. So we're gonna pick one of these boards to make life easy for you guys. I am gonna just download these boards and I am gonna stick them at the top here. What? Okay. Oh, I think the file name is too long. Okay, give me a minute here. Yeah. Okay, good. There we go. I wish they would have come in at the same size, but that's okay. All right, guys. So what you're going to do is you're going to pick one of these boards and we're going to deconstruct it. All right. Now, well, luckily there isn't much persons here in the class. Well, I guess not luckily, but unfortunately. But we will probably get through this activity pretty quickly. I'm going to pull this board down here. All right. Are you guys seeing my screen okay, or is it blurry?
I'm seeing, sir.
All right, cool. All right. And if I should take a look on this board here, and let's look, where are we? Right here. Where are you? There we go. Now, remember this step where we deal with typography, principles of design, elements of design? I'm going to grab this. I'm going to carry it over to my section here. Okay, let's grab it again. All right, there we go. Right, maybe like this big. There we go. Put a little border around it so we can keep things nice and orderly. The back. And let's give it a color to make it nice. There we go. Now, for each one of these areas, typography, principles of design, elements of design, I'm going to look at this to kind of determine how it responds to each one of these, right? So first one is typography. And if I look on this, well, it's a little blurry, but typography has to do not just with the size of the font, but with the layout of the font, right? So for example, things that tell me about the typography of this particular layout is here. And then we have some titles that's here, 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 right? Then we also have some titles here. And then we also have some that's kind of shown around the circles, right? So when I'm noticing the way that typography is used here, I can see that it is aligned with each of the types of images that it's speaking about. Now I can't really see the font, what you call the typeface. When we refer to font, the actual proper name for it is typeface. But right away I can tell that the typeface is what you call, it's a mixture of serif and sans serif. So what do I mean by that? Let me show you. I guess this one is not opening on the... Oh, it is. Okay. It's just taking its little time. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Oh, wow. It's 14 pages. I thought it was shorter. Okay. I'm going to say extract pages, all of them. Extract. So I'm actually using Mirrorboard to extract the pages here, and you can see all of them kind of laid out here. All right, good. So I'm gonna move it a little closer. Right. Let's see. Okay, good. Okay, so basically there are two types of fonts. These are the different types of font that exist. You have serif font and sans serif font. Script font. Then you have slab, decorative, and hand lettering. Now, who can tell me the difference between sans serif and sans serif? Because the rest are easy.
Sir, one
Anybody?
is bolder.
Not necessarily.
So normally the serif
one is
have this, like I would call it, like this edge. The edge of each letter have a sharpness or
right. It has a little. That is correct.
Yeah, and the sans serif normally more plain.
Right, that is correct.
Symmetrical.
So we normally associate sans serif fonts with more modern things, and serif fonts with more traditional things. That's why it has words like old style and that kind of stuff, right? Slab serif fonts, it's really the same thing as sans serif, but it's kind of have this slab versus a little tail. And decorative, basically anything goes. So, you know, where you would see a wide range of crazy fonts that do all kind of things, most of them fall under decorative, right? And handwriting lettering is where it's kind of like where all of the different fonts, if you have a font with the letter A and you have another letter A and a third letter A, all three of the A's look different. So that's what handwriting is. It's like it's not computer generated where everything is the same. So this type of font you would normally get, if you wanted to get this style, you would normally end up having to take the font in like Illustrator and kind of edit it a little bit so it looks a bit random. So we're not going to focus on that one, but mainly these three. So as you were saying, serif font, this is what a serif is called. It's a kind of a little tail that's there. And the reason why you have these is that it makes the letters easier to read on a page. So wherever you have a large block of text, for example, if you think of all the novels that you've read, a lot of them have a serif font, like Times New Roman, because when you have multiple lines of lettering, that little edge makes the writing easier to read, right? And you know, this is a great guide. I mean, in architecture, we don't necessarily dive too deep in these things. We kind of just know that certain fonts are more futuristic. So for example, here, these are what we tend to use. Some fonts feel very high-end, right? So this is a serif font and this is a sans serif font, but both of them feel high-end, like you're talking about Hilton or maybe an expensive brand. So if you were doing maybe a luxury hotel, you would try to use this kind of fonts. These are more trendy fonts, playful fonts, illustrative fonts. So these, when you talk about what font should I use, these are like the broad categories. What I'm showing you down here dives a bit more deeper into fonts, which it's up to you if you want to go down this rabbit hole, right? So when I look on this and I look at font styles, typography, I can see that this one up here has a more what you would call a decorative font, but most of them have a more serious font. It has like a serif font, which you can see here. I can also see that it's aligned, or they were trying to make it aligned. All right. But let's not spend too much time on fonts. Next is the elements of the principles of design. So proximity, alignment, hierarchy, contrast, repetition. Where am I seeing these here? I mean, in terms of hierarchy, what am I seeing first? Well, I have this big image that's here. I'm definitely seeing that. Then I do have the text that is right here. But because it is white text on a black background, I'm able, it stands out more on the page. As it relates to alignment, a bit hard to miss this big, these lines that are right here. And it kind of dictates the alignment of everything on the page. Like I can see that this is parallel to that, right? In terms of repetition, I am seeing where like these are pretty much the same color and scale. So it helps to give you a kind of order to it, right? For example, how the graphic is used here to show the pictures. That's another way of repetition that's shown there. In terms of proximity, I'm seeing where the text that is shown here for each of the circle, its proximity is following the circle. So for example, this text that is here, it's close to this image. It's placed on the bottom. This text here is kind of close to this image, and this text here are close to these. So the text is positioned in a close proximity to whatever it's talking about. And there are other things. I mean, as it relates to color, you can see that there's a general orange and black theme throughout the whole thing, right? Then if we go into the elements of design, now the elements have to do with the, I would almost call it embellishments. So for example, this line that is here, this line is not necessarily a part of the graphic, right? It is just there as a kind of it supports the information, and it usually adds to the theme of whatever you're showing, right? So you can use graphics to show the theme. So in terms of this case, in terms of elements of design, the elements that they use here, they use circles, they use lines, maybe trapezoids, right? Those were how some elements were used. Now, by contrast, if I should take this that we started with, if I look on this image here and I tried to say, okay, where is alignment? Where is proximity? Like, you realize that it's much harder to predict that in this image, right? So this is how you can know if your graphics is heading in the right direction, right? You can start to break it down to say, okay, what is my alignment saying? What is my proximity saying? How am I using alignment, proximity, color, repetition, right? I mean, repetition, they're using different fonts. What font, what typeface are they using? What does this say with typography? So when you start to look at these things here and try and tie them into what you're seeing here, if you're not finding any of these elements in what your design is, then your design is in trouble, right? All right, so what I want you guys to do is I want you to select I want you to select an image, right? Any one of the image here. When you select an image, I want you to physically move it down onto the page. Then I want you to, I would say, make a copy of some of these things. I'm just setting up the template for you to make your life easy. All right. So what I want you to do is why you don't want to move? Oh, that's why. There we go. Right. What I want you to do, I want you to use the same kind of layout that I'm using here. So I just grabbed my previous picture that I had up there, or you can just duplicate this and grab your picture, whichever one. I want you to have your name, right? And this that we're doing is, where is it? Right, deconstructing a presentation board. Right, deconstructing a presentation board. And I want you guys to make your own version of this, right? Very easy to do. I just need you to pick your own image here, all right? Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sure, so create something exactly like that. Like
right. So I'm gonna, there you go here, and there you go here. There you go. And name.
Sir,
all right, so you
I
can
don't have
just
the
copy this
options to
template.
rename the. I do have the options to rename the sir.
Oh, right. Let me enable can edit. There we go. All right, so now you should have the options. So I want everybody to have one of these, and I want you to grab one of these boards up here. All right, just grab. You're only supposed to grab one. All right. So just grab one of these boards. Just make a duplicate of this page. Everybody can only have one board. So if somebody has grabbed it before you, then just find another board. All right. So you want to make your duplicate page first. And I'm gonna give you guys a couple minutes to do that. Let me help out some of you guys here. All right. You can grab the picture from what you had above. Oops. All right, so you're gonna put a presentation board into place. You can grab your picture from up top. The title remains the same. So there isn't much that you have to do, guys. Just type your name at the top and choose any one of the boards that you want to use to deconstruct, right? So what you would do is just delete. You would just replace me. All right, so I give you a couple minutes to do that. All right, so while that is being done, because all you need to do really is to just pick a picture, right? So Gordon, I see you've picked a picture here, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, if you don't remember what these things mean, just look at the bottom of your board where it's, what is proximity, what is alignment, and they have these nice little icons so that you can kind of just glimpse at it and it reminds you what it is. So I'm just going to kind of randomly ask you here, as it relates to alignment, how does your image that you've selected show alignment? Gordon.
Well, sir, for one, I realize that the axonometric drawing that they have is middle aligned with the text being left aligned and other details being aligned on the right, showing like color coded stuff and other details.
Oh, you're correct. In addition to that, even when you zoom in, so for example, when you look at even the columns of text within the cells, the drawings within that column, all of these are also aligned, right? You can see that?
Yes, sir. You can even say they're justified.
Right, exactly. You're justified, right? Okay, so as it relates to, let's say, hierarchy, visual hierarchy, right? How does the image you've selected show visual hierarchy?
So looking quite obviously at the axon drawings is that from reading it from top down, you see that the use of color shows hierarchy. As you progress down the image, you see more and more color being implemented in the drawings.
Okay, cool. And whenever we think of hierarchy, we start to think of, what do you see first? And what do you see second? And what do you see third? So when you look on this image, on this presentation board, what do you see first?
Well, sir, you see the image at the bottom, to be honest. You see the image.
All right. Cool. And what do you see second?
The drawings.
Which one of them?
Well, for me, it's the top one.
All right.
You read down, and then you see.
And then what do you see third?
The text.
There you go.
Small,
So when you deconstruct this, then you notice you can pinpoint what you see in first, second, and third. So the exact thing that you're doing for this, these are things that you would do for your own presentation board. All right. Thanks for that, Gordon. Let's see what we have here. All right. Did Spooner choose my picture? That's not fair. I already deconstructed that for you already. So you got to get your own picture.
I just duplicated it so that I can do my own thing.
Oh, okay. So you didn't really pick the picture. All right. Got you. All right. Kemal. Right. Let's look at your picture here. So.
Yes, sir.
So when you think about color, how does your picture represent this principle of design?
In terms of the color, I would say it's a cool color, sir. A cool
All right.
color.
How does it use color? Like, how would you describe
Or how
color?
it use it? A bit. I would say more a bit subtle. A bit subtle
Okay.
with the color gray.
Right. Right. And if I look at
and
it more, I would
it
say
ties in more into the building as well. Because the building has a bit
cool.
of gray as well.
Cool. I'm still waiting on one more observation as it relates to color. Like, for example, look at the drawings at the bottom, right? This is using a negative, a kind of an inverse negative. Right. So
negative space.
Right.
Like,
white and gray. Exactly.
right.
All right. So
negative contrast.
Good. So let's also tell me about well, you can't really see, it's a little blurry, but what how is typography used? Like, what kind of typeface is used here? Even if you can only see the title.
With the title,
yeah,
I would say
is
it's
it like
more
modern? Is it what theme do you evoke from the title?
I would say of the title, it gives more of a modern wait, name again? Hold on.
Yeah, just scroll over to your left.
Yeah.
I paste some stuff there. So which one of these styles do you think it's closer to? There's an endless amount of styles, so this is not the only like. Or how would you describe the style?
I would say it's. Oh, hold on. Let me just zoom in.
You said modern, which is correct.
Wait, it's still on.
But it's just that modern is so. And in architecture, you want to use the term contemporary, because modern is kind of used as a historical.
Modern was used back then with a similar contemporary.
Right, but I'm looking for a more descriptive word. Words like sleek or slender, right? Like, look at how thin the text is. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. So it kind of has a bit of contemporary or I wouldn't say futuristic.
Maybe minimalist. It's like the opposite of bold and strong.
Yeah, like it brings out a more, I try to remember the word. Sorry. It now comes to me now.
Well, but the idea is that you need to feel it. So you might feel it, but you don't remember what the word is. Yeah. As long as you feel it, then you will be able to identify it. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Josan.
Yes, sir.
I like your photograph. Which camera did you use to take that picture? All right. Okay, based on your image, I would ask you to tell me about color. How is color used here?
Sir, I really like color theory, so this might take a while. The color in this image is reminiscent of a specific Van Gogh painting, which is why I chose it. It's using blues and yellows and oranges, which are very friendly and calm colors. And the use of it is very minuscule, so it's simple. It feels simple and light, and that works with the the typeface as well, but we're not talking about that as yet.
Right. So, and it's used to highlight, depending on what each illustration is showing. So rather than saying I'm highlighting this using green and I'm highlighting that using blue, it uses color that yellow as that theme throughout whenever it can. All right.
Yes.
You're right. Even in the photo below, I think that's interesting. It's like a yellow, and instead of like black and white, it's like black and white and yellow. You know?
Yes.
Right. Interestingly, this is going to touch on a topic we're going to talk about maybe in the next few weeks, which is called hybrid images. Right. So we're going to touch on that. So that will be interesting. Let me ask you about hierarchy. So first, second, third thing that you see on your sheet.
Hierarchy is used in the way that it sort of trickles down, where the most popping and the most informative image on the sheet is the one at the bottom, whilst at the top it sort of forms a visual triangle where it's
Okay, cool. So you're drawn to the bottom first, and then you travel to the top.
Yes.
Okay, cool. All right, great stuff. Let me see if I have any more here. What about Sasha? Let's see. What can you tell me about how repetition is used in your selection? Hey there, Sasha.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm. So how is what did I say again? Was it a repetition, right? How is repetition used in your picture, in your presentation that you selected?
I would say at the bottom, well, on the side actually.
Uh-huh.
On the side of the presentation, there are some diagram like
Uh-huh.
even from the top to the bottom, and they highlight different information about the design, and they repeat the images as well.
Okay, cool.
So the color, the general color of the presentation is like a neutral brown or like dark brownish gray tone. I guess you could say that's some sort of repetition.
All right. Let me try and switch it up on you a little bit. All right. If you formed an opinion about alignment, right? Is there anything on this that you would align differently than what you're seeing here? What would you do differently as it relates to alignment? Just alignment. Is there anything that you would have changed?
At first, I choose this image because I like the general layout. But if I was to,
if you were to change anything, yeah, what would it be if you were to change it? As it relates to alignment, though.
Well, the only thing I don't like is that the second image below the first render is kind of jammed up to the side. I would probably
right. You're talking about here.
Yeah, because the rest are separated from it except for that one. So.
Good eye indeed. Right. All right, great stuff. All right. Let's see if we have time for one more. Cause we do have one more activity to get through, which is an easy activity. Yeah, so as I was saying, today we have a few activities. All right. So we are supposed to use anyway, let me not go into that. All right. So all right. Seku, right? I'm trying to find ones that are a little different. Okay. As it relates to contrast, right? What can you tell me about how contrast was used in your image?
So you said me?
Yeah, like how is contrast used to aid your design?
Sure. Well, first,
show me some
you have the
areas that
contrasting.
how contrast is used.
So you have the contrasting the background type of section for the top versus the bottom or the top. But the bottom, I mean, it's all white, so the background behind all the images are white, and then at the top you have a
Okay,
sky
cool.
background. Let's see.
So yeah, it's using the white space here. And most of these that's selected is contrasting. Also look at the way that they did the location map at the top, right? So it's using the background of the image, and then the buildings, the area that they choose to highlight is contrasting with the background. So they're using a white.
Yes,
right. And same thing for the text, you could say as well, right? Right. All right, cool. So I'm hoping that everyone kind of gets the general idea. I know I never ask you, Alexio, and hey, Reed, you have the same picture as Spooner. So one of you have to change. You can draw straws, or who's going to change your picture? Well, technically I already did Spooner, so that would leave Reed. Or did you get yours first?
Sir, I think she did have a different one, before this.
So I need you to pick a different picture. Let's pick a different one. All right, cool. All right, so let's see. We're making our way down. So that was part 4, right? Which you guys talked about. So we're gonna deal with part 5 now, right? This one, we're not going to do this in class because of the time, right? But what you're going to do for part 5 is you are going to identify visual architectural themes that can be extracted from the essence of your project. So for example, if you selected your climate project, right? And this is the one you want to use in this assignment. When you look at the images, when you look at your existing images and your design of the climate project, what words come to mind? So think about this activity that we did in part 3, when we think of words like manic, crazy, wild, uncontrollable. And look at this building. It says, it kind of feels like that. Look at some of the writings and the text that you see here. So I want you to do the same thing, but this time for your project that you have selected, right? Now remember, in step 2, you would have selected the project that you want to use. And remember, you're going to select the title, 1 text description, 5 line diagrams or sketches. I hope you have up to 5. If you have less than 5, I guess that's fine, but not more than 5. And 5 images, illustrations, photos, right? So in total, you're going to have about 10 images, right? Half of them going to be drawings and sketches, and the other half is going to be pictures, all right? So what I want you to do for me is you would submit 3 words that represent the theme of your project and 3 symbols that match the essence of your 3 words. All right, do you guys understand what I meant by that?
So we're gonna get 3 words and then we're gonna find images based on the words.
That is correct. And what are those 3 words based on? Those 3 words are based on your project. The studio project that you want to use. All right, do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Right. So if you choose what was the first project you did again? I think it was Tectonics. So your Tectonic project, if you want to choose that, what are 3 words that represents the essence of your Tectonic project? Right? Calm, crazy, whatever those words are. And what are 3 pictures that represent those 3 words? So that is what I want you to submit for me here. All right. Cool. And then here is the interesting part. See if you can find some architect or some designer that matches those pictures that you chose. All right. So when you click on this link to submit, this is part of the exercise, right? So here it is, word 1, image 1, word 2, image 2, word 3, image 3, right? And in the comments, you can just put a link to the a person that inspired you. That part, I'm going to leave that part as optional. That's why I leave it for the comments. As a matter of fact, I'm going to add an optional section to this form here. All right, so I'm going to say, there we go. Put it as text. I don't need a whole sentence. You just maybe send a link or something with the reason why you chose it, right? So I'm gonna say artist. I need to say all right. And this one is optional. All right, so I'm gonna say, I'm saying it's optional because I've noticed in the past that some people may not be inspired by a particular person or entity. So it's not as if you can't survive without that. So I'm gonna leave that one as optional for you. But for the rest of it, you definitely need to choose a word and an image. All right, guys. Let me go back to my thing here. So is that clear? So that's what we're going to do for part 5. No, I'm not going to wait for you to do that. You, for part 2 and part 5, you are going to do that on your own today because it is a class activity. But I don't need to give you time during the class for you to do it. All right? I will leave that for you to do on your own. All right, we are working our way down. Oops. There we go. All right. Yes, we are working our way down to the end. Now, here is the part that's going to be graded, right? This is where we come to know the 10% of your marks, right? This last section here. Let's just call that section 6. Yeah, just to give it a number. Now, I'm going to help you guys out with this section. All right. Now, remember earlier when we spoke about how boards have different themes, right? So, for example, look at this grid theme here, right? Where the information is laid out in a grid. And here are some examples of grid themed design boards, right? So it doesn't mean that it have to be an exact equilateral grid, but most of these are, you can clearly see things aligned to a particular grid. Look at this technique. This technique, I would call it the main image, right? Where you have an image and the information actually sits on top of the image. But the image isn't a watermark, meaning, like for example, this part of the image here, the entire image is in the background of the poster, right? But the diagrams are not covering the main component of the image, right? And in this case, it's at the bottom, but the image could be in the center as well, right? And then the final style is called the blended style, right? And this one is where there are really no rules, right? So it's not that it has a main image, or it's not that it's aligned to a grid. It is whatever image or alignment you want it to be, right? So for example, like look at this interesting one here. Can anybody tell me why one would have chosen to have the site plan that is up here? Why is it parted off in this angular motion? Can anybody tell me?
Would it have to do with the angle and the slope of the roof, sir?
Exactly. Like you can clearly see that relation between the roof and the graphics. So in this case, the actual design of the structure is influencing the design of the layout of the presentation, right? So this is, but then they're very different. Like for example, this one, right? This is another one of my favorite that I pick here, where the section of the image here is almost like this part of the image here is underground, right? And it forms the section here of this image up top. So this type of board design is where you have things that cross over dimensions and influence other things, right? And I would call this a more advanced way of thinking of a presentation, right? Where it's not so straightforward, but things have a deeper meaning. Yes, Reed, you have a question?
Sir, so when it comes to presentation boards, you find that using the conventional grid system work better than doing this, like using a full image and then have everything on top of the image. Which one reads better, all right, based upon like personal or just a personal preference? Because me think some of them look more harder to read than some.
That is true. Now, that's a very good question. Thank you for asking that. The answer to that question is you will discover what your style is. For example, if you say to yourself that, you know, this blended method, I love this, so I'm going to do it. And you do it, but it turns out crappy, right? You know, it looks like a mess. It's not what you were going for in your head, all that kind of thing. How you know that the style that works better is, let me show you. We talked about it here. Is when you discover the trends in your design. So in a way of speaking, you can't really just look on a style and say that I'm going to do this exact style. Because what happens is that art is such a funny thing. It's like it is deep rooted in how we think and how we click the mouse and how we choose things that inspire us. So it is not as simple as just saying, I think the grid method is better, so I'm going to use the grid method. It is more like saying that in this phase of your development, you're exploring, and while you explore, you're going to discover that your style is really grid or your style is really blended. You know what I mean? And then if you discover your style to be that, then you will notice that you will produce better work than if you just said, I want to use the grid style, and that is as simple as that. I don't care about what my inner style is. I just want to use the grid style. Then you're going to find that it's going to look very dry. Like if you notice some of these styles that we looked on here, I think they work well, but you have to think a certain way in order to come up with these styles. And the best way I can tell you is that you don't just suddenly develop this skill. The way how I think of it is that you follow a method, you follow a systematic method that you come up with, and every time you go through this method, when you look at your results, you are going to see a trend in your results. And in a way, the trend reveals what your style is. I don't know if I'm answering your question. Read. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
It's like you almost have to discover it, what your style is. You have it embedded within you already, but you can't just push out the baby like that. You can't just develop this wicked style of drawing, for most people at least. Usually, it's something that you discover over a period of time. But the way to discover it is that you have to be systematic in your thinking. Like you can't just throw things all over the place on your board or your presentation and then a style will appear. You need to do it in a way where, this is what I do. I like to walk on the beach, take photographs, jot down my ideas. Then I like to go into Illustrator. Everybody have this systematic way of doing things that works for them. And then over time, when you identify the system and you perfect it, automatically you're going to notice that your work has a certain look to it. Almost like it will surprise you, like, I didn't know that I created artwork this way. You know what I mean? And guess what? The same thing happens for your architectural design. If you've ever noticed, a certain architect, they do completely different buildings, but you can identify a similarity in their style, right? So in a way, that is something that is discovered and developed at the same time. So that's the best answer that I can give you. As my job here as your lecturer is to provide you with a roadmap to help you to discover these things. So when I show you these 3 styles, it's not like I'm saying that you have to fit in one of these boxes. I'm simply giving you an example of 3 different styles, right? And I'm trying to make the 3 styles be completely different, just to show you that everything doesn't have to be graded and everything doesn't have to be a main picture and everything doesn't have to be like overlapping and this connects to that and whatever. You can have completely different styles.
Sure, so you can have a mixture, you can have a mixture either both of them. So for instance, you have the main image as your first sheet, and you can have like the middle sheet as the grid system to like show more information.
That's a good question. I would say complexity comes with experience. So I would say usually you wouldn't want to mix it, but it's almost like saying if you can do it properly, then there are really no rules. But at this starting point that we're here now in second year and DDM, I would say try not to mix it. Right? I would say, for example, a lot of us here are learning these programs for the first time. A lot of us are kind of discovering things that we like, things that we don't like. And some of us don't know necessarily what our style is or what we trend towards. So I would say keep it simple at the beginning, which is what we're doing here. So I kind of have these 3 different styles. And this exercise that we're doing now, I'm going to recommend that you keep it separate, that you pick one. Even if it is the one that closest matches how you think. And then it's in a way, it's like an experiment, right? So for example, remember a while ago when we dissect a board to tell like, how does it use alignment? How does it use, proximity, blah, blah, blah. So in a way, what I'm showing down here is a kind of dissecting of what you're seeing up here. So the grid board, like this is an example of a wireframe of a generic grid layout. Like this is what the wireframe would look like. And if you look closely at this wireframe, you can say, oh, okay, I see where a board like this could have a similar wireframe. And the grid thing is a very popular approach, especially in architecture, right? Like look at this main image here. How would this main image be represented as a wireframe, right? So like you can clearly see that, oh, the main image is here and information is down here, right? Like some of these, you can simplify the board to just that. In this case, the main image is here. There is information here. There's information here. There's text here. And there's a picture here. So this could be deduced down to just this. And if you think about the steps that I was saying earlier, where you write down what you need and then you create a grid, you create a wireframe, and the wireframe and the final result will come together based on what you have deep within yourself in your style. And your style comprises of how you use the program, how you click the mouse, it's very complex, so there's no way I can dive down into all of that soup. Right? But you are the one that will convert your grid into your final illustration, and what happens between that process is all you, right? And every time you do that process, you develop what makes you unique to your style every time. All right? So again, if I look on this style here, right, and this one is maybe tricky to represent, right? The unique thing about this style is, and why this style is the most complex, is because it bridges dimensions of thinking graphically. So what do I mean by that? When you look at the house, this is the design of your building, the actual building you're creating. However, the fact that the building has this, let's say, 40-degree slope, you have used from the design dimension of the building and cross over into the design dimension of your artwork. So you have taken this element and applied it to your artwork. So that is what this blended approach is. It's you're able to use something from one dimension, one way of thinking, and apply it to a totally different way of thinking, right? Which can be very tricky, and it's very easy for it to go wrong. So in a way, I kind of think of this as easy, medium, and advanced. Right? Or stage 1, stage 2, and stage 3. Right? And that is kind of how I approach this here. All right. So do you understand, guys? Are there any questions based on this? I know this is where things get a little tricky. Any questions?
Okay.
All right. So what do we speak about? We speak about, I don't have a pen here, so I'm just gonna say I for the idea. And then we made, we documented, so so we came up with an idea, then we documented, then we did a wireframe. Oops, I'm sorry, I'm writing with the mouse. All right, the wireframe is the layout, right? So wireframe layout. And then we did the design, right? So the actual design of the presentation board or the portfolio or whatever we're doing, right? And what we're saying is that use a different color here. Yeah, what we're saying is that getting from the wireframe to the design takes into account things like elements of design, principles of design, blah, 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 right? And how you use the elements of design, principles of design, that is how you create your unique style. Your style is born out of how you use that. And that is not something that we can get in a lesson. That is just something that you just develop. The more you make this transition from wireframe into design, every time you do that, the way how you translate those two things, you develop your own technique. All right. So our last activity for today, which will take us up to the end of class, is what I want you guys to do for me is that you are going to you're going to dissect a wireframe from the poster that you selected. All right. So when I look at this image that I have here, what I get from it is, okay, and I'm just going to use very simple shapes to do this, right? So use black. Right. So I get that. And I'm actually using, we don't even have to use InDesign to do this, but you could use InDesign if you wanted to do this, right? And that there, and that here. Oops. Yeah, this part in Mirrorboard is going to annoy a little when you're drawing lines because it's going to want to attach to something. So what you have to do is you probably have to just draw it. Oh, I see. Right. You're probably just going to have to draw it out here if you're gonna use mirror board to do this. Okay, I have to remove this black area here. Let me remove that. There we go. All right. There we go. Right, that's what I wanted. I'm gonna put a red line and I'm gonna make it thicker. You can use InDesign to do this if you want and just take a string clip, right? Now, the reason I put this here is that for me, when I break this down into wireframes, the main image and the title sits up here. Now, the wireframe shouldn't be the exact, it shouldn't be as detailed as the graphic. So obviously there are circles here, but the point is that there's a set of information here and there's a set of information here. Now, the reason the wireframe should not be so accurate is that, let me try and explain this the best way I can. You see this process that we spoke about, where you go from wireframe to design, you need to give yourself enough space so you can explore how you translate that into a design. Because remember what I said, this is between these two steps is how you create your style, right? And when you do the wireframe, you need to do it very basic, just so you can know the zones that information go. How you position the information in that zone, that is design. And that is all you. And that is where everybody will be totally different, even if you're doing the same thing, because everybody translates that information differently. All right. All right. So I want you guys to go ahead and do that for me now. Are there any questions with this activity? Anybody? Guys, are you alive? Are you awake?
Yes.
All right. So you're going to break down the image that you have selected into wireframe. All right. All right. So in total today, we have done we have done 2 class activities. We did one where we organized the visual assets into 2 themes, and that's when you went online and did that. And we did the other one where you must create the wireframes from the presentations that you selected. All right. Those are the 2 activities that we are doing today in class. Now, in order for you to finish the portfolio assignment, you will need to do these other activities on your own time, right? You will need to select the project that you're going to use, right? You will also need to select the words that represent your project and the images that represent your project. Then you are going to create your wireframe for your project, and you're going to do that on your own and send that to me, right? And then you're going to do the actual design of the poster. All right. So let's take a look. Let me see. Nobody? Okay, I see Sasha is getting her own underway. All right. All right. Good. So as I say, you can choose to do this in Mirrorboard if you want. or you can do this in another program and just paste it in Mirrorboard. It's up to you. The Mirrorboard can be a little annoying with the shapes. All right. All right. Now, what I'm going to do, because today I think I only got like half the class, I'm going to leave the Mirrorboard open. So to give you guys some time to do this, because this, as I said, this class is super critical because I think it is one of the things that target something that you're going to be doing a lot, which is presentation layout and design. All right. Are there any questions on any activities that we did today?
What you do? You're not trouble, is? Oh.
No questions? No? All right. Well, I think you guys are well on your way.
Sir,
Yeah.
I can find this exact recording somewhere.
Yep.
And I don't
This
fully
recording.
understand. I don't fully understand, but I don't want you to repeat yourself. So
No problem. This recording will be here because the evening persons normally watch some of the morning persons recordings, right? Because I don't, because it's so late in the night, I don't go through every single thing. So I ensure that the recording is there every time. All right. So as I say, I know that this class will be a jam class because it covers a critical thing, right? At the end of the day, you just need to work your way through these steps here in order to gain your 15% grade, right? Just work your way down the list, right? And remember, when you go on the website, which is here, find the website for you. Right, if you look on the handout, the handout can keep you in check, right? So you can see exactly what we did. So this is what you did last week. These 3 activities we did in class today. You're gonna get your content on your own. The content is the work that you're gonna use for the assignment. You know, what project are you going to select? We identify visual themes today. We talked about that. You're gonna select the word. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, sir. What if what going on my case, sir? We can just use somebody who work or something.
For what? For the
yeah, for selecting the work and thing, a project.
Right. So you just select from whatever studio you're in now.
Oh, okay, sir.
Right. So this assignment has 3 submissions. Now I want to tell you I want you to avoid this pitfall, right? The assignment has 3 parts, guys. See it on the handout? 1, 2, 3. A lot of times, some people don't submit their wireframe. They only submit the final presentation board that they created, but they didn't submit the wireframe. That is like giving away a whole 5% out of your 15%. So remember, you need to submit the wireframe. What is a wireframe? That is what you're doing now. It is a basic layout of what your design will have. You have to give me that separately. You can give me as a PDF, it could be a sketch, it could be a screen, it don't matter. Like, I need to see how you envision to lay out this board. And you're going to submit that to me. Differently from submitting the final presentation board.
So sir, so we'd make that on the whiteboard.
You can make it on the whiteboard. You can use any program to do the wireframing, because wireframing is like a sketch. You take a piece of paper and then you, if you look on this example that I showed earlier, where is it? Where are my examples? Right. So this was my wireframe here, and this I did. I don't remember, on a tablet or something, and it's just, laying out where I'm going to put what. Now your wireframe doesn't even have to be this detailed, right? All I'm asking for in your wireframe is something like this. You have this here and you say picture, this here and it says text. It doesn't have to have more, very basic. As a matter of fact, let me see what you guys are doing now. Let me see. So yeah, so Sasha, what you're doing now for your wireframe, a little too much information. Like, you don't even have to put that line there. No line is needed here. That is fine. You're done. That's all the wireframe is, because the wireframe is just saying that, there's going to be information over here. There's a picture here. There is some information here. There's drawings here and there's views here. All right, so the wireframe is just very basic. And this is literally what you're giving me for 5% of your grade. But some people don't give me the wireframe.
Sir, so it's just like just a reference how it would lay out stuff.
Exactly. Remember,
what you're nothing supposed to be actual, like you're not supposed to see any actual imagery or anything.
That is correct.
Okay.
Right. So in this case, what we're doing is reverse engineering. So we see the final product and we are reverse engineering it to see what the wireframe would look like. But in your case, for your assignment, you don't know what your final board will look like. So you are just estimating, I'm going to put the picture here, I'm going to put the text here, I'm going to put the title here, and that kind of stuff. You guys understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now here is something else that's interesting here when you're doing the wireframe. The wireframe is not your design. And this is how a lot of people end up getting low grades for this assignment. So, Sasha, I'm going to use your wireframe as an example.
Just one correct. My name is pronounced as Shakia. And I keep saying it.
Shakia. All right. Shakia. I'm going to use your example here, right? So, if you, in your final presentation board, if you literally drag an image in here, and so forth, and you literally replace all these squares with images exactly as in here, you will not achieve this, what you have here. Why is that, Shakir? If you literally replace each of these with images, you will not end up getting back this design that you have here. Can you tell me why? Well, it won't look like it. It will.
Well, the main presentation board, the particular blocks that I have, if I put an image, if I put one image in it, then it wouldn't have like the text or the different separations.
Exactly. Because what you have here is just a rough sketch, right? It's not going into the nuance that, for example, this block here has, it has elevations and sections and text information, all of that. It's not going into that kind of information, right? So what happens is that now this is reverse engineering. So let's say we're doing it, we're going forward now. When you have this design, because this is the wireframe that you have come up with, to do your final board, it is not supposed to be where you just turn your wireframes into pictures. There is more information that is supposed to go in these square boxes. You get me? And that it's just done through a method of discovery, right? So for example, let's say Shakir, that you allotted this space and you say you're going to have your elevations in this space, right? It doesn't necessarily mean that you're just going to plop a big elevation here and yep, you're done. You might in expressing your elevation, you may decide to put text information. You may decide to put a photograph of a detail with the elevation. Maybe, I don't know, the materials that made up your elevation. You might choose to put like samples of the materials. So there's a lot of things that go into displaying your elevation. So this block that you're showing here is really just a guide, a visual guide for you to say, okay, everything that has to do with my elevation, I need to try and fit it here. It's like little mini sheets. So what I see some people do is that they will literally just drop a picture of their elevation in there and say, yep, I'm done. Or they would just drop literally a picture of whatever they blocked out in these squares. But these squares are meant to be like rough guides, and then you're supposed to like break them down when you start to do the work. I mean, in some cases, maybe in some cases, you really can just replace it with a picture. But in most cases, it's not as simple as that. Are you understanding what I'm saying? Anybody? Or Shakir, you get what I'm saying based on your example? Right. So I'm hoping everybody else is understanding that, because like sometimes when persons get back their grade and they say, why did I get this grade? And I say, well, but the student will say, well, I had my wireframe and this is my final. And I'm saying, yeah, but there's no design between your wireframe and your final. You literally just plopped pictures in your wireframe. There is space to have alignment and I don't know, shapes and colors, and more is supposed to come out of it. But these are just boundaries to help you to not turn your presentation board into this madness that we saw first, right? Like if this person had blocked out to say, I'm going to put this here and that here, then at least this would have been a bit more organized. All right, guys. So that is my preaching for today. All right. So I want you guys to go forth now and finish this portfolio assignment. All right. And let me see the due date, what I see here. Look on the website. Okay, portfolio. The portfolio is broken down into oh, I didn't put the due date for the portfolio on the timeline. Just put the assignment 1. Okay. So Let's see. The portfolio assignment, we started this last week. I'm gonna give you guys, I think you can do this within a week, guys. So if I look at my calendar, we have class on the 28th, that's next week. So to do your portfolio, I'm going to put it for the last of the month, which will be the 31st. So that gives you pretty much a week and a half, thereabout. All right, guys?
Yes, sir.
All right. So remember, what is needed for your 15%? You need to send me your wireframe of your design, right? So you need to select a studio project to use. You're going to send me a wireframe design, and you're going to send me the final design as 2 separate file formats. The recommended delivery is PDF. All right. I'm recommending InDesign so that you can get the practice from your InDesign. There are people who have used Photoshop because they don't necessarily need to use InDesign. I'm gonna leave that up to you guys. You can use whatever program you want to design your portfolio and to do your wireframe. All right, use whatever you're comfortable in. Okay. Because you're not going to send me the working file. I don't need the working file. I just need the final result. All right. Okay, guys. So that is class for today. Remember, there are some grades that are posted for your exercise 4 and 5. So you can go and see that now. And then this is your portfolio grade that will come in soon as you finish your portfolio, and then we move to assignment 1 next. All right, so that's it for today, guys.
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm gonna upload this recording because, as I said, I noticed there's only half of you here. And this is another one of those heavy classes. We have about maybe 2 more heavy classes left. So what I would want to say to persons who are watching this in the future is going to be that try to see if you can make it to these classes that we do a lot in. Some classes are packed and some are not so packed. All right. All right. So
Yes, sir.
I will see you guys next week.
Sir, can talk to you after class.
Sure, no problem.
Excuse
All right,
me,
guys.
You said that we could send the rest of the assignments by the end of today, right?
This is the exercises, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
All right, cool. All right, guys. Who is it that said they wanted to speak to me?
Me, sir.
Okay,
About my
hang on.
class.
Hold on, hang on a second.